Okay, so the live stream should be starting up in, let's give it 5 seconds. 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's refresh the YouTube page. And we see that it's going on over here. So if you want to take a look at what the YouTube live stream looks at, you can go ahead and go over to here. And what we're going to do is, let's see, we're going to start our session. This is HackerFrogs After School Python Programming Basics Part 3. So let's take a look at what we learned in the last session. So this workshop is the third intro class to Python programming, and during our last workshop, we learned about a few programming concepts through Python, including the following. So we learned about lists, which are variables with one or more items associated with them. Items in the list can be referenced by a process called list indexing. And we also learned about basic operators. We didn't spend too much time with basic operators, but suffice it to say, you can use Python to do math, which is kind of handy. So in this workshop, we're going to be working on two different topics. The first one is going to be called string formatting, and the second topic is going to be basic string operators. So we actually got a little preview of string formatting in the warm-up there, where we were able to put variable values inside of our strings. So here, let's talk about what string formatting is. So this thing called string formatting lets us use variables in strings, which allows for dynamic print output. So we've got this code over here. It's there's a name variable. It's equal to the shy hat, and daily coffee, which is the number of cups of coffee the shy hat drinks. And we're going to print with the F over here, name drinks daily coffee, cups of coffee a day. And when we run this program, it's going to print out the shy hat drinks 3 cups of coffee a day. So how do we do this? We do this with something called F strings. When formatting in this way, we use F strings, which we use by including the letter F in front of the string we want when we're using the print function. So we see here that the print function has an F in front of it, so that lets us put in the names of variables between these squiggly brackets, and that's going to be counted when it's printed out. So let's try a little bit of this. So we actually just demonstrated this in our practice. I kind of sorry about that. I kind of forgot which lesson we were on. And this is just something from a later lesson. Anyways, so let's say we have we've got a friend variable over here, and our friend can be anybody. Let's say it's Vanessa. Okay, and then here when we do print, we can actually include the name of a variable. So in this case, friend. When we use the F in front of our double quotes or single quotes, and then when we print this, it's going to say the value of friend Vanessa is my friend. So go ahead and give this a try. All we want to do in this exercise is to create a friend, which is equal to a string over here. So the friend can be anybody, it doesn't need to be Vanessa. And then we're going to print F, and then between the brackets, we've got our squiggly brackets, friend, space, is my friend. Okay, so if you're able to do that, let us know in the chat by typing in, I have a friend, smiley face. Once again, when you run this program, it should say the name of the friend is my friend. And if you don't have the link for the online Python website, it is right over here. Alejandro on YouTube chat says, "Hey, hello. First time joining live and was able to do it. Nice to see you, Alejandro, and I hope you can learn some Python today." As usual, we're going to be using the online Python website to write some of our Python code. All right, so if for some reason you're having any problems, please let us know in the chat and we'll try to help you out. Once again, it's going to be print and then parentheses. So with the print, we want to print a string, so we're going to put in these double quotes here, and in front of the double quotes, we're going to put the letter F. So the F in front of the quotes over here lets Python know that we want to use F string formatting, and that's going to let us put in the name of a variable in our string. Okay, so if we do it like this, we're able to include the value of the friend variable into our string here when we print it. Okay? All right, so let's move on. So inside the string, we can insert variables into the string with the names of the variables wrapped in curly brackets. So we need to remember to use the curly brackets when we use these F strings. Otherwise, it's not going to work. Okay, user LL says, "I have a friend." That's great to see. Great. Okay. So we can also use list objects as part of F strings. So in here, we're going to use list objects inside of our F strings. So let's recreate this over here. So we've got list about frogs, we've got green and jumping. Let's go back. List underscore about underscore frogs. And this is going to be two strings. In the list, it's going to be green, and it's going to be jumping. And we're going to print a little statement. And remember, it's going to be parentheses, and inside the parentheses, we've got our double quotes, and we're going to put the F inside the double quotes. All right, so we're going to type out this sentence. This animal is, and this is the color. This is going to be list about frogs at index 0. So index 0 is the color, green over here, and moves around by list about frogs at index 1. So we have our two. Oh, so for some reason it deleted my quote. All right, so this animal is list about frogs 0, which is green, and moves around by list about frogs 1, jumping. Okay, so when we print this, it's going to replace these two placeholders here with green and jumping. So we run this. This animal is green and moves around by jumping. So everybody, for your exercise, I want you to try doing another list. Let's just say it's called list about animal. And here you can create another animal, and it can be any animal you want. Maybe you want to create a list about bunny rabbits. So in the first spot, we would put what color? Maybe we would put either brown, or maybe we would put white. So, animals. List about animal. So we would do white, and I guess this animal also moves around by jumping. Maybe we can call this one hopping. Okay. So we could replace this over here, list about animal, and list about animal. and we would get the same kind of result. Print this. This animal is white and moves around by hopping. I guess this is kind of like a guessing game. All right, so let's move on. So string format exercise. So let's not cover this string format exercise because it actually talks about another method of string formatting that we're not talking about today. But let's do a little quiz over here. So which of the following Python code is a valid method of printing variables in strings? So you've got name equals HackerFrog, and then afterwards we want to include this in our string. So would we do method A, method B, or would we use either method A or B? If you know, type in the chat. Okay, we've got some answers coming in. To anybody who's just coming into today's lesson, we're going to be using the onlinepython.com website, and the link is just over there. Okay, so the answer is you can use either A or B. So here's the thing. You can actually do this method over here to include the names of variables inside your strings. It's not very elegant. If we go over to our online Python, and maybe we've got a name, it's HackerFrogs, and we want to print hello, and then plus, and then actually we need to include the space over here, and then name, and then plus, and then the exclamation point over here. We could do exactly this, and then when we print, it's going to go hello HackerFrogs like this. But using the F string is a bit more clean as far as formatting is concerned. So we would do hello name like this. This when you're doing some dynamic string output, this is a lot nicer looking than this one over here. But they both do the same thing. So if we were to run this, it's going to print the same thing twice. Okay. So let's talk about basic string operations. So when we talk about operations, we're talking about doing something to the string. So strings in Python are considered an object class, and classes in Python have special operations called methods that can be applied to those class objects. So just know that every time you've got a string in Python, there are certain operations that you can use there are certain operations you can use to modify the strings. Okay, so somebody was asking for the link in the chat, so I'll just provide it one more time. Okay. So these class objects have special operations called methods. So strings have their own methods, integers have their own methods, and floats have their own methods. Every type of object in Python has its own kind of methods that can be done on it. So use of methods in Python code can be identified by the name of the object. So if we've got a variable called city, it would be the name of the object, and then a dot, and then the name of the method, and then parentheses, and any arguments that the method requires inside of these parentheses. So let's demonstrate a little bit. Let's demonstrate now. Okay, so over at our online Python over here, we can do the name of a city. So what's the name of a city that's really long? Does anybody have the name of a city that's really long? So it has to be, let's see, city equals, hmm. Oh, you know what? I can ask ChatGPT for the name of a really long city. What is a city name that is very long? Oh, user LL has a very long city name. Wow, okay. I think we might have been asking the same question. This is a hill in New Zealand. All right, so let's copy this one and let's use it in our code. So this is, I don't know if any of you know how to pronounce this. It's Tamada Waka Tatanga. I don't know how to pronounce this. Actually, maybe ChatGPT knows how to pronounce this. Anyways, that's beside the point. So we've got our city with the really long name. And then we're going to do city.count, and we're going to count the number. This is a method right here called count that we use on strings. And what we can do is we can count the number of whatever letter we're looking for. So let's see how many I's. How many letter I's are in this city name over here? And we're going to print that. So this method we're doing, we're going to wrap the print function around it. So we can just do print and then put parentheses around this whole thing. And this is going to print out the result of the method count for the letter I. So when we run this, we're going to see that there are 6 letter I's in here. Although it seems like, what letter do you think? Well, let's count up the letter A. Maybe there are a lot more letter A's in here. We run that. Whoa, there are 22 letter A's in here. Okay. All right, so that's an example of one string method rather. Okay, so use of functions in Python code can be identified by the name of the function, followed by parentheses, and any arguments the function requires inside the parentheses. So this is another string-specific operation we can do, and this is called the length function. So len stands for length, and this is actually very handy because we can use this to count the number of letters in that city name as well. So another thing we have to understand about functions in Python is that we've been using functions this whole time because the print function is a function, and we've been using it just like any other function. It's the name of the function and then parentheses, and whatever we want to do, whatever information, whatever data we need for the function to work, we put it inside the parentheses here. So let's run the length function. So we can do print, and inside the print, we're going to print the length of city, just like this. So this is going to return a number, which is the number of letters, or the number of characters rather, inside this string. So who's gonna guess? Who can guess how many letters might be in this city name? I'm gonna guess 56. I'm gonna guess 56. If you have a guess, you can type it in chat. In about 10 seconds, we're gonna run this. And okay, so we have a guess at 62. And no fair if you actually run this yourself and get the answer that way. But let's run this function, and the answer is 85. That's surprising. This does not look like 85 letters. Okay, well, I mean, the computer says it's 85, so I guess I'm going to believe the computer. All right. So let's move on. So this is actually this is a very useful function sometimes when we want to count the size of a certain string or a certain list and use that for our program output. So note that in both functions and methods, inclusion of parentheses are required, even if there are no arguments required for the function or method to execute. So when you're running a function or a method, you have to use these parentheses. Otherwise, the Python isn't going to recognize this as a function name or a method name. Okay, so the length function, right? We just talked about this. It's used to count the number of indexes inside the object. So when we're talking about strings, it's going to output the number of indexes in the string. And in the case of lists, it will tell you the length of the list, rather how many objects are in it. So we can demonstrate this really quick. So let's make our fruits. And our fruits, there's going to be, if somebody could give me a suggestion for a fruit name, we'll include it in the fruits list. So we've got grapes, and maybe we've got apples, and dragon fruit. That's rather exotic, okay? Dragon fruit. If we get the length of fruits over here, how many fruits? Well, we know exactly how many fruits are going to be in here. So when length is run on a list, it's going to count the number of objects in the list. But when we run it on a string, it's going to give us the number of characters in the string. So when we run this, we get the number 3. Okay. So the next method we're going to look at is the index method. And the index method is used to locate the first instance of an argument within the object. So the output is the number of characters into the string where the argument appears, counting from 0. So basically, we can use this method to get where inside of an object we can find a certain pattern. So if the pattern we're looking for is the letter A, it's inside pizza, it's going to report the number 4. So 4 is the index number. So remember, we're starting to count from 0, so 4 actually means the 5th number. So the 5th character, rather. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, just like this. So this can be useful when we do it on lists, so we can see where in the list we can find a certain object. So if we go over to here, and we do fruits.index, and can you tell me if we want to find fruits index apples? So when we get the result from this, is it going to tell us that apples is at index 0, index 1, or index 2? What number is going to appear? Okay, so the number 1 is correct. So if you run this, it's going to tell you that apples appears at index number 1. So that's 0, 1. Okay, great. So let's see. In this case, the output of the method is 4 because we start the count from 0. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so we've got the count method over here as well, and the count method is going to return the number of times the argument appears in the object. Didn't we already do this? Yeah, we already did this one. We did the count for the letters A and the letters E or something like that in the really long city name. Okay, so we're going to start talking about something that's a little bit more interesting. You can actually, just as we can index lists to retrieve the item contained at a specific position, we can index strings with each character in the string counting as a separate item. So, like we said before, if we do indexing on strings, it's going to count each one of these letters, or these characters rather, as a separate index. So this is index 0, this is index 1, and this is index 2. So when we print pet at index 0, pet is dog, and index 0 is the letter D. So remember, when indexing in Python, counting starts from 0 instead of 1. So if this seems a bit repetitive, it's just because a lot of people forget this kind of thing. So what's more interesting is the ability to select specific slices of the string. So what we can do is we can select a number of indexes in the string. It's something called index slicing. So here we've isolated the third and fourth letters from the string Python. So we've got pet, it's equal to the string Python. If we print pet at beginning from index 2 and stopping before index 4, we get two letters. We get the third letter and the fourth letter. So the T and the H. So let's try this out over at Online Python. So we've got our really long city name over here, and so if you need to, I don't know. Let me see if I could get this city name to you in an easy way. So I'm gonna copy this, and I'm going to go over to Google. So what I want everybody to do is I want you to put make your own variable name equal to this city name over here. So you probably want to copy from here. Can you copy from here? Oh, you can. Okay, great. Okay. So over at Online Python, I want you to print and city at index, so starting from index 2 and then the colon. The colon is going to tell Python where to stop the index slicing, and let's do index 10. So index 10 is actually the 9th letter because we start counting from 0, and when we print this, we're going to print this portion of the string. So from the U until the A. From the U until the A over here. So give that a try. If you're able to print out this little part over here, wait, the U until this A. Give it a try. If you're able to print out this slice over here, please type in the chat, I sliced it. Smiley face. So remember, when you do your string slicing, you have to provide the name of the string or the name of the variable, and then inside of the square brackets over here, you're going to put the index where you want to start, and then the colon, and then the index where you want to stop. So the index where you want to stop it's a bit confusing because it stops before the 10th index, but that's the way it goes in Python. Okay, so user LL has sliced it. Great to see. All right. So we're going to be doing a bit more with this slicing. It actually comes in handy sometimes. So inside the brackets, we indicate the character to start from, starting from 0, which is, in this case, over here it's 2, then a colon, and then the character that marks the stopping point, which is not returned. So it stops before the fourth index. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So it stops before this O over here, and it starts at 2, 0, 1, 2, and so we get these two characters here. So 2:4 indicates the start from the third character and stop at the fifth character, not including it in the output. So if a second colon is included in the index slicing, The number to the right of it indicates the number of characters to count by when you're doing your slicing. So in this case, we've got the name of a bug, which is centipede, and then we do our string slicing on bug, starting at 0, index 0, ending before index 9, and we're going to count by 2. So the last number over here, if we include 2 colons, is the number of characters we count by. So if we count by 2, we've got the C, and then the N, and then the T, and then the E, and then the E. And that's what's printed out here. So we see in this output, we see that the slice starts from the first character, ends before the 10th character, and skips every second character. So if you find this a little bit confusing, that's fine. With time, you should be able to get used to it. And the last thing we're gonna cover as far as string slicing is concerned is using negative index numbers. If a negative index number is used, the index starts counting from the end of the string instead of the beginning. So over here, we've got fruits at the -1 index. So the -1 index is the -0 index is actually the index that is immediately after the end of the string. So it's nothing. But -1 is counting backwards. So we do S over here, the end one. So if we go over to online Python, we can demonstrate this really quickly. And we're going to do city at the -1 index. And the -1 index, can you tell me what letter it is? So when we give this -1, which is we're counting backwards, which letter will it be in this string? If you guessed that it's going to be the letter U, you are correct. Okay, when we run this, this is the letter U because we are starting from the back because we're using a negative index number. So here we're printing out the string index for grapes at the -1 position, which is the last letter. When indexing, we can include a colon without a number to its left. The first colon will have a default value of 0, the start of the string, and the second colon will have a default value of the number of characters plus 1, which is the end of the string. So if we do this right here, we can print out the entire string backwards because we're doing default for the first colon, which is the start of the string, default for the middle number, which is the end of the string, and we do -1 for how many characters to count by, which means that we're going to count backwards one by one. The whole string is in range due to the inclusion of 2 colons with no numbers to the left and right of them, and we're stepping through the characters in reverse order one by one. So if we wanted to do this to the really long city name, we would go over to online Python, and they would do print city, ::, -1. So when we print this, it's going to print out in reverse order. So just like this. That's one of these days I'm going to learn how to pronounce this because this seems like a really fun name for a city. Okay, so these two methods right here, we're not gonna go over this too much, but they're these two methods for strings over here that can print in all uppercase and lowercase, and you just have to use the method name upper or lower in this case. So let's just demonstrate really quick. So city.upper. And of course, because it's a method, we have to include these parentheses. Even if we don't put anything in the parentheses, we still have to include them. So if we were to run this for this city name here, then it all becomes uppercase letters. And these ones are starts with and ends with. So we're gonna zoom by this one, but this method is basically going to tell us whether it's true or false that a certain string starts with a certain string, like a certain pattern, like the, or ends with a certain pattern, in this case frog. Here we've got group name is the HackerFrogs. We're checking if this group name starts with the, and this comes out as true, and we're checking if it ends with frog, and this is false. So can somebody tell me why this comes out as false, ends with frog is false? So the group name is over here. We're checking if it ends with frog. Why did it come out as false? Okay, user LL says that we forgot the S at the end. That's right. So it has to, so for something to come out as true or false, it has to be exact. So in this case, it's false because it doesn't end with frog, it ends with frogs. Okay, the split method. So this is actually a useful thing to know inside of Python. And the split method is going to convert a string into a list with the separation between items indicated by the argument given. Usually it's going to be a space or a comma. So in this case, we've got our groceries, which is just a long string of items. We've got eggs and milk and bread and lettuce. If we do the split method on this string and separate by the comma, and then we print out the groceries list here, then we're going to get a list instead of this string over here. Okay, so actually what we're going to do is we're going to do a little exercise where we're going to practice using the split method over here. So this code over here, not this one, but this one. Okay. So everybody, what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at the code over here. So go ahead and navigate over to the GitHub page. The GitHub page at the very bottom here is going to have this end of session exercise code. This isn't exactly the end of the session, but we're going to be taking a look at this code over here. So just scroll down to the bottom and then click on this button right over here, which is going to copy all the code. So just click on that and then go over to your online Python page. And then paste in the code. So if you have something there already, please highlight it and delete it first, and then paste in the code. So everybody, what we're going to do is we're going to try to understand what exactly is going on with this code over here. So take a second to take a look at the code. And if there's something in this code that you don't quite understand, go ahead and let us know in the chat. Otherwise, in about 30 seconds or so, we're going to start analyzing what's going on in this Python code, okay? In the meantime, I'm going to take a little drink of water. Okay, so let's take a look at what's going on in the code. In line 1, full name is going to be user input. So input is going to ask for the user to type in something, and the prompt we're going to give is, what is your full name? So we're expecting two names, so it's going to be your first name and your last name. And then split name is going to take full name but it's going to give the split method on it. And the split method by default is going to split something into a list by using, and it's going to split by the spaces. So we're going to define the last name. So the last name is the last name is going to be the second item, which is index 1 inside the split name list. So this is a list. We're getting the last name here. And then we're going to get the last name's length, which is going to be the length function on the last name. And then finally, we're going to print a couple of things. We're going to print your last name is last name with our F strings over here. And we're going to do, there are last name length letters in your last name. So it's not super complicated. I want you to go ahead and try running this program. So just hit the run button. And it's going to ask, what is your full name? I'm going to give a fake full name. I'm going to be John Doe. Hit enter. And then it says, your last name is Doe. There are 3 letters in your last name. Okay. User D says that it won't finish loading for me. So are you talking about the GitHub page, or are you talking about the online Python page? The code, it won't finish loading. I want you to give the page a refresh. You can do Control R, or you can do F5 on your keyboard, or just hit this button over here. So if you need the link one more time, it is right over here. Oh, you meant the Python website. Okay. So the Python website, go ahead and reload that. Same thing. If for some reason something isn't loading for you, you can go ahead and just reload it. And if you manage to successfully run the program, so once again, at the GitHub page, just click on this button to copy the code. Then go to the online Python, paste in the code there, and then run the program once. So it's going to ask you for your full name. This time I am Jonathan, I don't know, Pemberton. And then it'll say your last name is Pemberton. There are 9 letters in your last name, or however many letters. If you manage to run the program once successfully, please type in the chat, I ran the code. So one more time. So the reason why we make so many different variables is that each time we modify a variable, we want to rename the variable according to what is happening to it, or what kind of information it includes. So this way we get less confused. It's less confusing if we have to go into the code and start modifying some things. But all right, so let's do a couple of. Okay, user D says it still won't load except for my name. So let's. Except for my. Oh no. When you run this program, when you run the program here, you have to. It's going to say what is your full name, and then you need to type something in because this is user input. So you have to type something in like Samantha Williams. I don't know if this is a real person or not. Probably is. But yeah, you have to type in something and hit enter because this is taking user input. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to finish off the class with a couple of PicoCTF exercises. If you don't have an account at PicoCTF, please let us know in the chat. Otherwise, I'm going to assume that everybody has a PicoCTF account because we've been using it for the last 10 sessions or so. Or have there been 10 sessions? Maybe 7 sessions. Okay, so over at PicoCTF, after you've loaded the page, you need to go over to the practice section. So after you are at the practice section, you need to scroll down a little bit, and then you're going to see the web shell button over here. So just click on that. And then you're going to see your web shell load up here. And then what you need to do is you need to pop out the web shell so that the web shell appears in its own browser tab. So there's this button here called Pop Out Web Shell Terminal. Click on it. And then you're going to see the web shell appear in its own browser tab. So this is stuff from other classes. I'm just going to delete this stuff. If you manage to load up your web shell, please type in the chat web shell up. Okay. All right, that's great. So we're gonna solve a couple of exercises, and these exercises are going to help us understand how to run Python inside of our Linux shell over here. So we've got password crack 1 and password crack 2. So password crack 1 we can find over here. So after you've copied the address, go over to PicoCTF and paste in the address. So this is password crack 1. This challenge description says, can you crack the password to get the flag? Download the password checker here, and you'll need to get the encrypted flag in the same directory too. So there are 2 files that we need to download. So all we need to do to start the challenge is first go over to the first link, right-click and select copy link. Then at your web shell, what you can do is you can make a directory for this. So we're going to make a directory called pwcrack1, and then we're going to enter the directory, and then we're going to use wget to download the file. So it's wget and then space, and then paste in the file address, and then hit enter, and that's going to download the file. So we need to get a second file for this challenge, so we need to go back to the challenge page and then highlight the word flag. Then right-click, select copy link, and then go over back to the web shell, and you're going to use wget to download the second file. So wget space, right-click paste, and then hit enter. Okay, so if you have both files in your directory, then you're ready to start. So does anybody remember what command we used to run Python files inside of Linux? So user LL says nano. Nano is used to edit files, but if we want to run the Python files, so we can identify what files are Python files because they've got the file extension .py over here, or sometimes we like to say .py, this right here. So we use the Python command inside of Linux to run these Python files. So it's going to be Python space and then the name of the file. So the name of the file in this case is level1.py. So go ahead and give this command over here, Python space level1, and then hit enter. So it's going to ask us for the correct password for the flag. So we don't know the correct password. So we're just going to type in test, and it's going to say that password is incorrect. Does anybody know what we could do to try to figure out what the password is? So there's two commands we could use to get information about the script to find out what the password is. So it was actually just mentioned a little while ago. So the answer is we could use the cat command to read the Python file. But another thing we could do is we could use the nano text editor to look at the file, contents. So we can do nano space level1.py, and then hit enter. And we're going to see that so the nano text editor is actually going to do some highlighting for us. It's going to color certain parts of the code in different colors, which makes it easier for us to see what's going on in the code. And we can see here that there's this function going on in here. So we're going to learn about how to create our own functions later in the course, but I think it should be easy to figure out what's going on inside this function. So this is a function called level1 password check. User password, this variable is going to be the input. Please enter correct password for the flag. On the next line, it's going to do a comparison for PW password against this right over here. So what do you think the password is? If your answer is 16N1D, that is correct. Okay, so we've managed to figure out what the password is because we looked at the code to see what it was checking for. So we can get out of here with the Control X keyboard shortcut to get out. So Control X is going to let us exit, and then we can run this program again. So it's going to be Python space level1.py. It's going to ask us the correct password for the flag. We remember that it's 691D, 691D, and then hit enter. And that is correct. It says, welcome back, your flag user, and we get the flag over here. We see, from YouTube chat, Some Flavor says, hello, Some Flavor. Nice to see you. We're just finishing up a Python class over here, and we're going to be doing a little bit of free hacking in just a little bit. But yeah, so let's finish off the exercise over here. We just need to highlight the flag, and then copy it, then go over to the challenge page. On the challenge page, we can paste in the flag, and then click on Submit Flag, and then we're finished. Okay, so everybody, if you managed to successfully complete that challenge, password crack 1, please type in the chat, I cracked it. Smiley face. All right, great. So let's take a look. So before we finish the class, let's do a little summary of what we learned today. Oh, no, we've got a little quiz. All right, so what is the output if we use the following code? So we're going to print HackerFrogs, and this string over here, we're going to do 6, -1. So we're going to start at 6, and we're going to go -1. Some Flavor from YouTube says, do you have a schedule for your live streams? I always seem to miss out your videos. I'd like to make sure I'm here on time. Yeah, we've got a Reddit page, and on the Reddit page, we've got our schedule on there. I'll grab the link in, let me grab the link for you now. So it's going to be reddit.com/HackerFrogs, and it's right here. So this here is going to print out this string slice frog. So we start at index number 6, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and it's going to stop at -1. Remember, -1 is the last one, so it's going to print out this portion right here. User D, I see your answer, and I appreciate your answer. Okay, so let's do our review. We learned about string formatting, and string formatting is a way for us to include variable values in strings by using f strings. So if we use the f string, we can include the names of variables inside the string, and it makes it so that we can put some dynamic output in our strings. So we also learned about some basic string operations. Strings in Python have a number of different functions and methods that can be used for obtaining specific details about the strings or specific output. And we can also output slices of strings through string indexing, or what is called string slicing. All right, so what's next? In the next HackerFrogs After School Programming Workshop, we're going to continue learning Python with the learnpython.org website. We're going to be covering, actually, in the next workshop, we're going to be covering conditions. The curriculum has changed it a little bit, but we're going to be learning about if statements in the next class, and if statements are what lets programs decide what they're going to do when they come to a certain point in the program execution. So what we're going to do now is we're going to finish off the class in Zoom. So for everybody in the live stream, we're going to be back in just a couple of minutes, but I need to finish off the class for the Zoom students. So we'll be back in a couple of minutes, but in the meantime, sit tight. All right, everybody, we're back. So we've got about an hour or so before the next class begins. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a little bit of a walkthrough for a recent CTF box that I just did. And I think this one is the noob box over at the VulNyx website over here. So if you've been following the stream for a while, you know that we've been solving these VulNyx challenges for quite some time. And this one is going to be the noob box, which is machine number 27 on the list. This is a low-level challenge, but if you're new to solving CTF challenges, there's going to be something to learn from every one of these boxes. So let's start. So what I like to do first is I like to create a few different tabs in my Kali Linux here to start solving these CTF challenges. So like I said, we are doing the noob box on VulNyx, and what I need to do is I need to start up the machine. So each one of these challenges has a virtual machine associated with it. If you want to participate in the challenge, what you need to do is you need to download the virtual machine and deploy the virtual machine on your own network, along with an attacking machine, which is typically something like Kali Linux. So after we've booted up the machine over here, we see that the machine is at the IP address 10.0.2.33. So we're going to be scanning against that. So first of all, what we like to do is we like to run an nmap scan. Nmap is a program we can use to scan open ports on remote servers on our network. So for example, this machine is at 10.0.2.33, so we need to include this in our nmap syntax here. What we're going to do is we're going to run nmap with the following flags over here: -vv for very verbose, -p- to retrieve all open ports, and -t4 to run with 4 threads, which is quite fast but not too fast. So when we run this, we're going to see that there are 2 ports open on the system, and 2 ports means that we can do a secondary scan where we scan specifically against those ports. So in this case, we're going to run another nmap scan, but we're going to specify that we're scanning against port 80 and port 22. And we're going to give a couple of extra flags, -S for common scripts, and -S for versioning information. Oh, we need to make sure that we include our spaces here. So when we run this scan here, it's going to come back relatively quickly and then tell us some information about these 2 ports. So here we see that port 22 is reporting OpenSSH with version 8.4. And the second port, port 80, is going to report an Apache web server running with version 2.4.56. So the first thing I like to do when I see that there is a web server on the target is I like to run a Nikto scan. So Nikto is a web app security scanner, web app vulnerability scanner. And what it's going to do is it's going to give us a little bit of information. It's going to give us information about the web server, and it's going to run a bunch of common vulnerability scans against the server. It's a bit of an older program, but it does give us some low-hanging fruit vulnerabilities, which are sometimes very useful when we're scanning against these CTF boxes. So it finds the server information over here, but it also finds this endpoint over here called notes.txt, and it says this might be interesting. So what we can do is we can actually look at notes.txt manually on our web browser. So we just go over to 10.0.2.33, and we're going to go to notes.txt here. Okay, so it says, configuring SSH, I closed the editor by mistake and I lost the key. I can't find it. Signed, Diego. So they're talking about an SSH key, and an SSH key is usually a file called ID_RSA. So ID_RSA is the common name for SSH keys, which are used to log into SSH without passwords. But it's talking about closing an editor by mistake. So what we can do is we can go over to ChatGPT and ask, if a file is open in a Linux text editor and the program is closed by mistake, what kind of file is left behind? Okay, when a text editor like Vim or Nano is closed unexpectedly in Linux, it typically leaves behind a swap file or backup file. So this is what happens with some common editors. Vim creates a hidden swap file, usually in the format .filename.swp. This file helps recover unsaved changes if Vim closes unexpectedly. Upon reopening the original file, Vim will detect the .swap file and will ask you if you want to recover your work. Nano creates backup files with a tilde appended to the file name, like filename tilde. This backup contains the last saved state before the file was closed. So we can actually use this information to try to access the file that is being referenced here. So over here in the notes, we see it is signed by Diego. So this might be Diego's SSH key. So what we can do is we can manually try to retrieve this file. So it said .id rsa.swp. So this is what was referenced by ChatGPT. So let's try downloading this. It says the file requested URL was not found in the folder. So maybe it's not .id_rsa.swp. Maybe we can omit the dot at the beginning. And this is the ID_RSA file. So this is what a typical SSH key looks like. So what we can do with this information is we can copy this ourselves. So we're just going to highlight everything, and then we're going to copy it. Then we're going to go back to our terminal. I'm going to enter the temp directory. I'm going to create a ID_RSA file with Nano, and then I'm going to paste in the contents of the key. Okay, so we're going to exit from here. So exit, save the modified buffer. And an interesting thing to note about ID_RSA keys is that they can't be used unless they have specific permissions. They have specific file permissions. So what we need to do is we need to change it so that only the file owner has read or write permissions with the file. So we can achieve this by using the chmod command with file mode 600 on ID_RSA. So after we do that, we'll see that ID_RSA only has read-write permissions for the owner of the file. So we can try to use this ID_RSA key in order to access the server with SSH. So we would do SSH and -i to indicate that we're using an SSH key, and then the name of the key, and then the name of the user we want to access, which in this case is Diego, because we know it's Diego because on the note, this one over here, it's signed Diego. So we try to access the server as Diego with the SSH key, but it's going to ask for a passphrase for this key. So we don't know the passphrase for the key, so we're going to need to get out of here. So we're going to Control C to abort or cancel. And then what we need to do is we need to crack the ID RSA key, and we're going to use the John the Ripper program to do so. So what we can do is we can use a utility that's included with Kali Linux, which is called SSH2John. And we're going to get the Diego hash. So it's SSH2John, ID underscore RSA, and then redirect this into Diego.hash. So this is going to extract the hash portion of the key, and it's going to create a file with a format that is suitable for John the Ripper. After we've done so, we can use the John the Ripper program, and we can use it to crack the Diego.hash file over here. So when we run John the Ripper, we need to provide a word list, and the preferred word list in a lot of these CTF challenges is the rocku.txt word list. So rocku.txt is a word list with several million common passwords. It's a very old and very popular file amongst people who do like to do password cracking. But anyways, let's run this file. So we're going to try to crack the Diego.hash that we extracted from the ID RSA file over here. Oh, I need to delete my previous results in John the Ripper. Hold on. I need to cd. I think it's in the John directory. Yeah, .john. John.pot. Get rid of that. And then go back to temp. Okay, so let's run that again. We're cracking the Diego hash for the ID RSA key. Okay, so very quickly we're able to crack the hash, and the hash in this case is associated with the password San Diego. So it's kind of funny that Diego's passphrase for his ID RSA key is San Diego, but there it is. So let's log in. So we're going to do SSH with ID RSA to the Diego user on this IP address. So when we run this, it's going to ask us for the passphrase. We know it is San Diego, and then we're in. So because we're in, we have to put on our voice changer, scary hacker voice. Hold on.
This is my scary hacker voice. We're in.
Okay, so the first thing we like to do when we arrive on any system is we like to find out, first of all, who our user is. It's Diego, and what permissions they have with sudo, if any. So we run this command over here, sudo -l, and it says that the command is not found. This is Spanish, orden no encontrada, and it means command not found, or at least I think that's what it means. That's what it says. But so there are a lot of different methods we can do for privilege escalation. There's a lot of snooping around we can do. So the funny thing is that on this particular system there are no methods of privilege escalation. There are no traditional methods of privilege escalation available on the box. There's no SUID binaries. There are no scripts that are running as root. The only thing that we can do is we can try to brute force the root password. And this is something that we typically don't do on CTF challenges unless there are no other options. But sometimes you have to take the option you do when there are no other options. So there's actually a script that you can find online, and the script is called suforce. And it's written by DataSec, which is a major contributor to the VulNyx website. And I'm not sure if let me check if this person actually wrote the challenge. So the new challenge was not created by DataSec. Okay, but DataSec is a major contributor to this website, and they've created a GitHub repository where there's a script you can use to brute force user passwords on Linux systems. So what we're going to do is we're going to use this script to brute force the root user's password. So in order to do this, what we need to do is go over to the suforce script. Where is the script? Should be in here. This is the script over here. Okay, so we're going to get the raw version of the script. We can actually, this isn't a very long script. We can just select all. And then copy it. And then we're going to go over to our shell over here. And we're in the home directory, so we should be able to write to this directory. I'm going to nano suforce.sh. Okay, and then we're going to paste in the code. And then what we're going to do is we're going to run this. So I've taken the liberty of uploading rocku.txt to this directory here so that we can do the root user brute force using suforce. So to run this, we need to do -u and then the user and then -w and the word list. So let's do that. So it's suforce.sh. The user we're going to try to brute force is root, and the word list we're going to use is rocku.txt. So when you run this script, you're going to see that it is running through all of the passwords inside the list, and it looks like there are 14 million different passwords in here. And we're just going to leave that running for a little bit because this is going to take a little while. It can't exactly run super fast because it is running as a bash script. So we're just going to leave that alone for a little bit. So I think we have time to do another walkthrough after this. If anybody's interested in the suforce script, let me grab the GitHub repository. So suforce is located right over here. So this is actually something very interesting. This is interesting to me because I'd never done any brute forcing of passwords on a Linux server like this before, but this is the first. This was the first box where this was the method of gaining privilege escalation. So I have to say that I did learn something new, and I did add something to my toolkit in case I need to, in case of last resort. So this, I guess, would be a method of last resort because, well, I guess brute forcing in general is a method of last resort because it's something you do when you run out of all other options. Okay, so we've gone through about 1,100 of these passwords. So the good thing about VulNyx is that if you take a look at the rules for submitting VMs, it says over here that brute force limit. If brute force is required, do not use a password that exceeds the first 5,000 lines of rocky.txt. So we know that whenever we have to do brute force, we're going to be using the rocky.txt list, and it's not going to exceed the first 5,000 lines of the rocky.txt list. So this is kind of a metagame kind of thing. This is baked into the rules of these challenges on the VulNyx website. So it's good to know these so that we can game the system when we can. Okay, this is still going. So let's talk about the next machine that we're going to be doing our walkthrough for. So this was the noob machine. Next one on the list that is at the same level is the look machine. So the look machine was another very interesting challenge that I looked at recently. I looked at it last week, and the look machine over here, we'll be taking a look at it in just a little bit, but this has not finished going. I think this one was within the first 3,000 entries for rocky.txt, so it might take another 3 or 4 minutes. In the meantime, I can actually boot up the look machine, just so that we're not waiting on that. And I'm going to grab my notes for the look machine just now. So okay, and let's get some music going. I think yeah, we got about a half hour left. I'm gonna start playing some of the music from And Who Just Subscribed. Oh, thank you very much for following Esther Faye. Esther, I'm not sure how to pronounce that name, but thank you very much for following on Twitch. And let's do a Hack the Planet, just because we haven't done one in a while. This is a fun little video redeem that we have on the channel. Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
All right, so thank you very much for following Esther Faye. Okay, so it still hasn't finished brute forcing that password. Oh yeah, right, music. Yeah. So let's play a little. I've really been hooked on the Faster Than Light soundtrack. It's a great game with some great chiptune music. So Faster Than Light OST. Let's play that. And I'm going to hook up the audio to the stream. Okay, so you should be able to hear the music now. Okay, so the brute force is finished. So we were able to brute force the root user password, which is root beer over here. Kind of funny that root user was root beer and the Diego user was San Diego. So what we can do here is we can switch user over to the root user using the password that we just brute forced, which is root beer. And now we're root. Okay, so that means we can go over to the root directory, and in here we see that there is the root.txt flag file over here. So what we're not going to do is we're not going to read the root.txt file because the organizers over at VulNyx have requested that people doing walkthroughs and write-ups for their systems not show any flags or flag contents. But what we're going to do is we're going to cat root.txt and redirect that into what is called iReadRoot.txt, and this is going to prove that we have accessed the root.txt file. So when we do that, we take a look and we see that we were able to create this file, and this is proof that we've finished compromising the system. Okay, so we're done. But yeah, all right. Let's move on to the next challenge then. The next one is the look challenge, and this one was very, very difficult for me as well. And when I found out what the solution was, I hit my head in frustration. But we'll talk about that when we come across that later. Okay, so let's clear this off. Let's get rid of these files. And let's start a new challenge. So this challenge is going to be the look challenge on VulNyx.com. One more time, if you want to access these challenges yourself, you can do so at the following link. I've deployed I've started the machine on my network, and it is this one. Oh, this is nice and big. Let's make it smaller. So this is at IP address 10.0.2.35, so that's the IP address I'm going to be scanning against. So let's start our scans, and the scan that I like to... So we start off with a Nmap scan. This is pretty typical. And Nmap is going to tell us what... OreoBite, hello, nice to see you. Nice to see you. We're doing a walkthrough for the look system that we did last week. Actually, wait. Oh, OreoBite, you've been sick? I'm sorry to hear that. But yeah, hey, let's give you a little let's give you a little video redeem to cheer you up. This one is the go to hack.
Mr. Hat, may I please be excused from class?
Well, Kyle.
Yes.
You hear me? You got it.
Hack.
You got it.
Hack.
You did.
Have a great day.
OreoBite, I hope you have a better day. I hope you get better soon, is what I'm trying to say. But yeah, so let's start our scans. Nmap is going to tell us what ports are open on the system. We're going to shortcut this a little bit by adding the -SC and -S flags on our initial scan, just so we can get our results a little bit faster. OreoBite says, I'm just working on moving my files over to a bigger SD card for my small note server. Oh, you're doing some file management. Okay. Well, I hope that goes smoothly. So this is another box where there's only port 22 and port 80 open. I usually don't like these type of boxes because they're usually very, very narrow in the amount of stuff that I can scan. I guess so port 22 is reporting the SSH service, OpenSSH in particular, at version 8.4. This is a new version, so it's probably not available. It's probably not vulnerable to exploits. We also have port 80, which is an Apache server at version 2.4.56. This is also very modern, so we don't have any exploits associated with the software. So what we can do is we can run a Nikto scan against the target, and when we run Nikto, OreoBite says 22 and 80 are the most common ports, but if you're not a big fan of the web exploitation. It can be very easy to run out of stuff to scan or check. I've been learning new web exploitation techniques by doing these boxes over at VulNyx, and it's been very educational, and I'm very thankful that these challenges exist to help me learn. Oreobyte says Nikto only helped me on a single box. Nikto doesn't help most of the time, but sometimes it really does help, so that's why I use Nikto. It's also very easy to run. The syntax isn't very hard to remember, so that's why I run Nikto. So Oreobyte says that Nikto helped him out on a SSTI vulnerability. But yeah, so Nikto over here has reported that there is a info.php file available on the system. And info.php actually tells you a lot of information about the PHP installation of any given web server. So we can actually go over to the info.php page and get a lot of good information about the configuration. So what we can do is we can just copy this and then go over to the web page. The web page is going to be over here at 10.02.35. Okay. Oreobyte says, Nikto flagged on a box. That error page was the vuln to XSS. Oh, interesting. Are you talking about your previous challenge where you used Nikto? Okay, so there's actually a lot of information here. Oreobyte says it was a box on THM. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing about Nikto, is that it sometimes picks up some stuff that you're not going to necessarily find, or you're not going to find easily. So I mean, there's very little reason not to use Nikto, especially, you know, if you've got, you know, just a few spare moments to try it out. Anyways, we've got our PHP info page over here. There's a lot of information on this page, and I've actually tried feeding all this information to ChatGPT before to try to ask it if we could get any vulnerable configurations out of this. But an interesting thing that I missed for a really long time is that inside of this section over here in the configuration, there's actually this section right here called user group, and it gives us a username right here. So the username in this section is Axel, and after this you will find that nothing else is important as far as the information that you're getting from the PHP info.php page right here. I initially thought that this was going to be a challenge that involved a lot of local file inclusion, because there's a lot of indications on this page that tell me that that the PHP pages might be vulnerable to local file inclusion, but that wasn't the case. In this case, what we have to do is we have to do brute force, and there's actually a lot of challenges on VulNyx where you have to do brute forcing, which was kind of surprising, but I guess a lot of beginner level challenges have you testing out your brute force skills. So we do Hydra to test out brute force on SSH, and the SSH user that we're going to try to brute force is the Axel user, which we found on this PHP info over here. So we run this, and it's going to take a little while. But OreoBite, may I ask if you are doing a lot of CTF challenges these days, or if you're doing the Huntress CTF? So the Huntress CTF is going to be going on for another week or so, but it's been going on for all of October, starting at the beginning of October, and it's going to end on like November 1st. I haven't had very much time for it, mostly because I feel like covering challenges that are available for everybody to use to take a look at any time, at so-called evergreen challenges, is probably a bit more of a useful use of my time, just so that other people can learn from it as well. So what we're doing right now is we are doing a brute force attack on the SSH service as with the username that we found, which was Axel, and we're using the RockU password list to check against. We're running 64 threads. This is usually not recommended, but because we're running on a CTF box, we can run the maximum number of threads using the Hydra brute force program. I should probably teach myself how to use another program that isn't Hydra to do brute forcing, but Hydra works, and Hydra is a very old program, so everybody has been using it for a long time, and that's why I use it. OreoBite says Potator. Yeah, that's true. But I don't know. You can actually, I think Potato is covered on the Hacktricks website. So Hacktricks is a great resource for learning how to hack against different services and software. So if we look at brute force over here, brute force cheat sheet, and I'll provide the brute force. I'll provide this link in the chat. Let's see if we can find some Potato. Yeah, okay. So we actually have some cheat sheet syntax for Potato. How many? A few different ones over here. So Oracle login. We've got PostgreSQL. Oh, okay. This is database brute force. This is SSH brute force. I wonder if it's a lot faster than using Hydra. VNC, okay. But we found the password for Axel. So the password for Axel, after brute forcing it, is this one right here, Bam Bam. So what we're going to do is we're going to log in as the Axel user. So it's just going to be SSH and then Axel at this IP address. When it asks for the password, we're going to do Bam Bam, and then we're in. OreoBite says it's more complex, but sometimes works when Hydra doesn't. So yeah, the philosophy is if one program does the job better than another program, then use the other program. Don't be married to using one program just because it's the one that you're familiar with. That's good. That's good advice. Okay, so the first thing we want to do is we want to figure out if Axel has sudo access to any other programs on the system, and we need to provide the password. And it says that the user Axel may not use sudo on this system. So what can we do now? So if we go over to the home directory, we're going to see that there's another user on the system named Dylan. So what I like to do sometimes is I like to try to grep for every instance of a username on the system, and what I can do is I can just go to the home directory, and then I'm going to run this grep command. So I'm going to go run grep recursive against every directory and every file in the system, And I'm going to search for the pattern, Dylan, and then I'm going to redirect any error messages to devnull. And I'm going to redirect this into a file called grep_dylan.txt, and I'm going to run that as a background process. So we see that we created a background process right there, and grep is going to look inside of every file in the system for any instance of the username Dylan, and we might be able to find some sort of password or other information about the Dylan user by doing this grep command. So if we take a look inside of this directory here, we've got the user.txt flag, but I'm not going to read that because, well, first of all, the user.txt flag, I'm not exactly playing for points, so it doesn't matter too much. But let's take a look at the grep_dylan.txt file. So that we actually find this output over here. OreoByte says, I've been more focused on YouTube projects and other things. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, no, I didn't know that you had a YouTube page. Why don't you give us a link for your YouTube page, and I'll be sure to take a look at the stuff on the channel. But we okay, so after we used grep to look for Dylan inside of all the files in the system, we find here that there's a password here called blah blah Dylan. Oh, okay. Yeah, let me. So I'll just. Oh, you've got some stuff on C2 stuff. You've got some stuff on Sliver. That's great. I actually meant to take a look at Sliver because I'm very interested in taking a look at command and control stuff. Well, eventually, because I think it's this is what they use in real life to compromise servers. They use C2's command and control servers and programs. But thank you very much for sharing your YouTube. I'll be sure to take a look at your videos. There's a lot of great stuff here. And if anybody hasn't seen OreoByte's YouTube channel, then you can go ahead and access it at this link over here. Okay, so we have Dylan's password over here, so we can become the Dylan user. So we just copy over the password, and then we can switch users over to Dylan, paste in the password, and then we're going to figure out if Dylan has any sudo permissions on the system. So it says here that the user Dylan may run the following commands on look. So as root with no password, we can run this program right here, which is called nokogiri. So nokogiri, I think, is a Japanese word that means like a saw. And what we can do is we can look up how to use this program. So we're just going to do a quick search for Linux nokogiri privilege escalation. So privilege escalation nokogiri. So we can just go over here, and it's actually referencing another hack my VM machine. So let's pretend we didn't see that. Maybe I might cut out this part of the video. But anyways, so nokogiri, if we were able to run it as root, we can run it when we're looking at a particular file, and we can actually do sudo user bin nokogiri, and we can run it on any file we like. So for example, we can run it on the password file, and it says your document is stored in @document. So we can actually use this to run other system commands. So inside of this nokogiri prompt, we can ask who am I, and it says unidentified. Oh, really? This is unexpected. Let me get out of here real quick. Okay, so let me do that sudo l one more time. User bin nokogiri. So we should be able to sudo user bin nokogiri and run that on any file. etc password, and then run system commands. Okay, let me take a look at so we got this. Where is nokogiri again? Can't run nokogiri. Nokogiri vulnerable to XSE attack. I think what I did is I asked ChatGPT if we have sudo access to the nokogiri program. How can we use it for privilege escalation? Okay, so nokogiri execute arbitrary pseudocode. Since nokogiri can interpret Ruby code, we can pass Ruby commands directly to it. Use sudo to run nokogiri and pass a Ruby command that spawns a shell. So sudo nokogiri e exec bin bash. Okay. So we're going to try to run this command. And this command should run nokogiri and execute a command, which is bin /bin/sh. So this should be a Ruby command, since nokogiri is a way of reading Ruby scripts. Nokogiri path options. Okay. So we need to provide a file path. So we're going to give it etc password. When we ask who am I, we are root. So we have a root shell now. So we can enter the root directory, and we see that root.txt is in this directory. So we're not going to read root.txt because, out of respect for the VulNyx organizers, people who are doing video walkthroughs or streams or write-ups are not supposed to reveal the contents of the flags. So what we're going to do is we're going to read root.txt, but redirect that into a file called ireadroot.txt, and then we're going to look in the directory. Because the ireadroot.txt file was created, that means that we were able to access the file. Okay, so that means that we compromised the machine, we are root, and we are finished. Okay, so that was the walkthrough for the Look machine. this one taught me some lessons about how we should interpret the PHP info page if we're able to access it. So for a long time, I didn't know exactly what kind of information to pay attention to on this PHP info page when we're able to access it. It does give us a lot of information about the configuration of the PHP framework on any web app that is using PHP. In particular, I didn't know that it could be used to get potential usernames on the system through this section over here, the Apache 2 handler section. But this, like I said, I'm learning a lot of different things through doing the challenges over at the VulNyx website over here, and that's a big reason why I really enjoy doing the challenges over here. In fact, so far I've only been paying attention to the low-level challenges, but the easy level challenges are not so easy. Well, not at my level, anyways. Tommy C6 says, "Hey, hello, Tommy C6. Nice to see you here. We're going to be starting our next HackerFrogs Python session in just a little bit. But if you're not interested in learning Python, in about an hour or so, we're going to be doing more free hacking against another machine from VulNyx. That machine is going to be the beginner machine, and there's a lot of fun stuff to learn over there as well." Okay, so we've got 2 minutes. If you're here for the Python class, then please let us know in chat. We're probably going to be shutting down our music for the duration of the class. Let's shut down everything over here so we can have it nice and ready for the free hacking later. If anybody has any suggestions for any hacking challenges you want us to take a look at, you can also leave those in chat as well. Let me shut down the music. It looks like my bird feeder is empty. My bird feeder is empty outside, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a minute or two to refill the bird feeder, and then when I get back, we're going to start our Python class. So just be right back. We'll be back in about a minute or two, and then we'll start Python. Thank you very much for waiting. Okay, everybody, we're back, and let's start our Python class. So this is HackerFrogs After School Python for adults. Let me grab my session notes. This is session 6 of 8. Here we go. Okay. So let's start. So this workshop is the 6th class for Intro to Python Programming, and during our last workshop, we learned about a few programming concepts through Python, including the following. So we learned about programming loops. Loops are tools that programmers use to run the same instructions multiple times. So here we've got a for loop, for I in range 3, print I. So this is basically going to use the range function to create a list of numbers, and it's going to print out all of the numbers in the range. So loops can either run a preset number of times before terminating, or iterating through all items in a list or string. In the case of for loops, this is an example of a for loop right here. Or it can run continuously until a predetermined trigger state is achieved, in the case of while loops. So we've got our while loop here. So while count is less than 3, it's going to print the count, and then the count is going to increase by 1. So this is going to run exactly 3 times. It's going to it's going to print 0, and then 1, and then 2, and then it's going to stop. So the new topic for this section is functions. So this is a pretty important topic as far as Python programming is concerned, because writing your own functions is very important, and learning to understand what is going on inside of Python code where they're defining functions is very important for understanding how Python code works. So we're talking about functions. Programming functions are defined instructions that can be used multiple times in the same code. So we see here that print is a built-in function in Python, and Python actually has a lot of different built-in functions that we can run inside the code, but we can also create our own functions. So we're going to be talking about both of these. So if a specific set of instructions needs to be run multiple times in the same code, it is more efficient to create a function out of those instructions rather than input the same instructions again. So anytime you want to run the same set of instructions more than once, you want to create a function out of them. In fact, we've been making use of the most common Python function this whole time, the print function. So we use print over and over again in our code, but print is a function because it's the name of the function, and then we put everything we need for the print function inside the parentheses. So that's how we know it's a function. Any arguments that the function requires to execute properly, if any, are provided inside the parentheses when calling or running the function. So you're going to hear the words, certain vocabulary used for executing functions, executing the code in functions. You'll hear running the function, executing the function, calling the function. All of these mean the same thing. They all mean to do the stuff inside the function. So you'll usually hear it referred to as running the function or a function call. And this is how you create a function. So to create a function, you start with the def keyword. For def stands for define, and then the name of the function, and then the parentheses, and any arguments required for the function to run inside the parentheses, and then the colon. So this is it over here. Since a function is a code block, on the next line we have to indent 4 spaces, and then input the function's instructions. If the instructions span multiple lines, each line must be indented. Any argument variables should be included in the instructions. So here we've got a function definition. So it's my greeting, name, print greetings, name. So let's create this inside of onlinepython.org, onlinepython.com rather. So this is stuff from the previous class. So to anybody who wants to follow along at home, you can go to this website. But when you go to this website, you're going to see that there's already code on the page. So what you need to do is you need to highlight all the code that is already there and delete it. So afterwards we can create our own code. So we're going to create a method, a function called greeting. Okay, and greeting is going to take a name argument. And at the end, we're going to put a colon here. So it's def, and then space, and then the name of the function, a pair of parentheses, anything that we need, any variables we need for the function to run inside the parentheses here, and then we end off the line with a colon. So when we press enter inside online Python, it's going to indent automatically for us. But if we're dealing with an environment where it doesn't, we have to indent ourselves. So after that, we're going to insert our code. So this function is going to be very simple. It's going to print a message, and it's going to print an F string, which says hello, and then we're going to give the name variable over here. So this is a very simple function. The only thing it does is that it prints out hello and the name that is included in the arguments over here, in the parameters rather. So if we do to run the function, we do this. So the name of the function, parentheses, and then whatever name we want printed out. I'm going to do HackerFrogs. So when we run this code, first the function is defined in lines 1 and 2. In line 4, we do a function call for the greeting function. So we can't do a function call for a function until it's been defined. When we run the function call here, it's just going to say hello HackerFrogs, because HackerFrogs is the parameter that was fed when we did the function call greeting, and greeting is going to take whatever is inside the parentheses and do hello name, which is that thing in the parameters here. Okay, so if there's anything you don't understand about the way this is being written, then please let us know in the chat, because we certainly don't want anybody getting lost. So here our example function is defined, and then the function is called with the corresponding output shown thereafter. So we've got, well, in this case we called it my greeting, and with a name, hello greetings name. My greeting with the shy hat results in this being printed out, greetings the shy hat. So the next concept we're going to talk about when we're talking about functions is the return statement. So return is an instruction that can be used in functions. And when we use it, return is going to store the value specified, but it's not going to print anything out to the console. So here we've got a function called sales tax calc. So it's a sales tax calculator, and you have to supply an amount that is being taxed rather. So I guess this is a dollar amount. The first thing that we do inside of the function definition is we define a variable called sales tax. So sales tax is going to be something that's going to be multiplied by the amount to get the total. So we've defined it as 1.15 as a 15% sales tax. And then we give the return instruction here, return the amount, which is defined over here, and then multiply that by the sales tax, which is 1.15. So when we call this function over here, we need to supply an amount to be taxed, and then it's going to save the result over here at the end of the end of the function. So the important thing we have to know about the return statement here is that it doesn't print. It's going to save the amount that is that we specify to it, but it's not going to print unless we give it a print instruction. So the return portion of the function is useful for passing values to other parts of the program, but it's not going to print out to the console unless we use the print function with it. So first of all, let's do a quick demonstration of this. Let me see if I can remember this code. So what was it? DEF. Hold on. So we're going to define sales tax calc, and we're going to give it an amount. First of all, we're going to define, what was it called? Sales tax. Okay, 1.15. Sales tax. We're going to do 1.15 sales tax. We're going to return the amount times sales underscore tax. Okay, so now that we've defined this function here, we're going to call sales tax calc, and we're going to do this with 100. So if we run this against the amount 100, we should receive the return should be 115 because we're multiplying by 1.15. So when we run this, nothing appears because this is returned, it's not printed. So if we want to actually get the result of this, we need to wrap the print statement. We have to wrap the print function around this in order to have this printed out. So this is going to print out the result of sales tax calc with 100. So if we run this, it's going to give us, I don't know why it doesn't give us 115, it gives us 114.99999. But it did run, even though the math was a bit wonky. Okay? All right, so the point is that the return function is very often used inside of functions, but this doesn't print. If you want to actually get this printed, you have to use print specifically. Okay. So setting variables inside of functions. So another thing that we need to take note of is that by default, if a function uses a variable which exists outside of the function, any modification to the value of that variable is going to revert after the function finishes execution. So if we've got a name equal to John, and then we create a function that is name set, and that's going to set the name variable to something new, and it's going to print out that name. If we run that function with Betty as the name that we're going to set, it's going to print out the name Betty. But if after we run the function, we print out the name again, the name variable over here is going to revert back to John after the function is finished running. So we just have to understand in this case is that anytime we access a variable inside of our function, the value of the variable is always going to revert back to its original value after the function finishes running. So in fact, any variables defined inside of functions cannot be accessible by the rest of the code. So the above code results in the error name pi_num is not defined. So if we have a variable that we set inside of a function, so we've got this pynum variable here that we set to the number 3.14. If we try to access this variable outside of the function, it's going to give us an error. So pynum is the variable we're trying to access here, but because it doesn't exist outside of this function definition, it doesn't exist to Python. It doesn't exist unless we're actually actively running the function. Okay, so next we're going to talk about functions with parameters. So functions can be written with parameters, which are used inside the function's code block. So we did this earlier with the name that we did for the greetings function. So this is a parameter. So in this case, when we create our function add2numbers, we give the parameters a and b. So these are the two variables that are going to be used inside the function. So all this does is it's going to return a plus b. So we need to give it some numbers to do math on, and then we're going to define a new variable called x, which is the result of add two numbers with 1 and 2. When we print x, it's going to give us the result of the add two numbers function with the parameters 1 and 2. So it's going to give us 3. So let's check this. So if you want to follow along at home, this is the code. So sorry for squishing up the code like this. This isn't how I usually like to format my code. Let's go over here. Let's delete everything, and let's paste in this code over here. So when we do our if you pasted in the code, you need to make sure that in the function definition, after the colon, that there's a indent over here. Otherwise, the Python's not going to like that, and it's going to give you an error. So all this function does, add two numbers, a, b, is it's going to add a and b. If we do add two numbers with 1 and 2, and then we print out this over here, which is the result of this, it's going to print out, well, what do you think it's going to print out? If you think you know what it's going to print out when I press the run button here, please type it in chat. Okay, so the answer is add numbers 1 and 2 because it adds a and b, which are these two numbers. When I print out this x variable here, it's going to print out 3. So maybe I shouldn't be naming these things x, because x is not very descriptive. But anyways, let's move on. So functions can also be written with default parameters, which are substituted in if the function is called without specifying that parameter. So in this case, we've got greet user, and we've got first name, and we have last name. So these are the parameter names over here, first name and last name. In this case, we're defining default parameters with this equal sign over here. So we can define our first name, the default name, as John with this over here, and Doe with this portion over here. So all this function does is that it's going to print hello, first name, last name with the F format string here. So if we run greet user by itself, well, sorry, if we run greet user and specify that the last name is Smith, then it's going to print out hello, John Smith. But if we run greet user without listing any parameters, it's going to default to these default parameters. And the first name is going to be John, and the last name is going to be Doe, and it's going to print hello John Doe. Let's demonstrate this. So this is the code. If anybody is interested, this is the code in the chat. And if you're pasting in from the chat, you need to reformat the code before you can run it. So remember that anything inside of a code block has to be indented like this. You know you're dealing with a code block when you see the colon over here. So first of all, let's run this. Let's run greet user, and we're going to give two names. We're going to give two names. We're going to do David Smith. Okay, so we're going to do greet user with David and Smith. When we run it, it's going to go hello David Smith. But if we run this without any parameters, it's going to use the default parameters. And it's going to do hello John Doe, because those are the default parameters. Okay, so I think we've gone over this enough, so that you understand that sometimes there are default parameters and sometimes there are not. So let's do a programming functions exercise over at learnpython.org. And the page we're looking for is let's go to this one first and then find functions over here. I hate ads. Okay, so if you want to follow along, this is the page we're looking at. Okay, so what are functions? Functions are a convenient way to divide your code into useful blocks. How do you write functions? So we've got a code block, and a block of code is an area of code written in the format of blockhead, first block line, second block line. So basically, whenever you've got a code block and we delineate code blocks with this colon over here, you know that everything else is going to be indented inside of the code block. So functions in Python are defined using the block keyword def for define, followed by the function's name and the block's name. So for example, define my function. All this is going to do is print out hello from my function. So this by itself is not going to do anything. So can you tell me why when we press the run button? When we press the run button, nothing is going to print out. The question is why is nothing going to print out when we run this code? Can anybody answer the question? So the reason is because the only thing that happens in these lines of code here is defining the function. So the function is actually not executed. The function is not called. So when we press run, nothing appears. If we actually wanted to run the function, we would have to do this. So this is the function call right here. And when we run this code with the function call at the end, then, did I spell this incorrectly? Oh, I did. Okay. Even with the print. So this, well, I mean, this line has just been, let me make this a little smaller. So the actual line looks like this. It's just that when it was all squished up, it got, the formatting got all weird. But, so if we run this, it says hello for my function, because this code here has a function call. But if we just define the function, it doesn't run the code. It just lets Python know what are the instructions for this my function over here. So next, functions may also receive arguments, which are variables passed from the caller to the function, for example. So we've got here, let me make this a little bigger. Actually, maybe not. So we've got my function with arguments, we've got username, and we've got greeting. And what it's going to do, it's going to print hello s string from my function. I wish you string. So here we've got username and function. So this is a case of C-style formatting where you can substitute this username for the %s and then the greeting for the %s. So this actually doesn't do anything either when we run it, because the function was not called. So if we want to call it, we would do my function with args, and then inside the parentheses, we would have to provide two strings. So the first string it's looking for is the username. So I'm going to do HackerFrogs. And the second argument is going to be the greeting. I wish you greetings. How about that? So when we run this, it's going to say, hello HackerFrogs, from my function, I wish you greetings. So this happens because we actually called the function on the last line of the code. So here it says, functions may return a value to the caller using the keyword return. For example, we've got a function here called sum two numbers, AB. So this is just like the example I showed you, which added the two numbers, add two numbers. It's going to return A plus B. So if we run this, nothing appears because the function was not called. If we actually run this code, sum two numbers with AB, and let's give it 1 and 1. So what this is going to do is it's going to add 1 plus 1. If we run this, it says out 2, but this is a bit of this doesn't actually appear in regular programs. So in regular programs, nothing is going to be printed out because something was returned, but it was not printed. So to get the actual output, we would need to print and wrap this with a print function, and then we would get the actual result of this function. Remember, return doesn't print anything, but it does save the value. Okay, so next it asks, the next thing we're covering is how do you call functions in Python? So simply write the function's name followed by the parentheses and place any required arguments within the brackets. For example, let's call the functions written above. So I think we've demonstrated this a number of times, so we can skip this one over here. So let's see. In this exercise, you're going to use an existing function while adding your own to create a fully functional program. So I've taken a look at this exercise before. It's kind of tedious and a bit confusing. So what we're going to do is we're going to skip this, and we're going to write our own function instead. So let's skip this exercise. And let's do a little quiz. So this is the functions quiz. We've got 3 questions. And the question is, what will print to the console? So we've got add two numbers, this function here. It's going to return A plus B. And then we run the function with the numbers 2 and 3. Remember that this function is going to add the numbers together. So what's going to print? Is it the number 5? There's a syntax error in the code, or nothing will be printed to the console. So if you know the answer, please type the letter of the answer in the chat, A, B, or C. Okay, so Deshandes says it's C. That is correct. Nothing will be printed to the console because there's no print function here. So return doesn't print. If we wanted it to print, we would need to put print in front of this. Okay. In this case, what will print to the console? We've got my number equals 7, and then we've got a function definition, number set, and then the number. We're going to set the my number variable to whatever number. On the next line, we number set with 14, which should set the my number variable to 14, and then we print my number. So is the number 7 going to print, or is the number 14 going to print? Is it A or is it B? Okay, so the answer is the number 7 is going to print to the console. So that's tricky, right? But we explained before that if any variable outside of a function is modified by the function, it's going to revert back to its original value after the function is done running. So my function is 7. When we run this function, it becomes 14, but after this is finished, it reverts back to 7. So when we print my number, it's the number 7. Oh, no worries, Deshandes. This is actually something this is tricky because this is I'm not sure if this is unique to Python, but I think most other programming languages work the same kind of way. But the third question is, in Python, what does it mean to call a function? Choose two of the following 4 options. So A, to define a function and its parameters. B, to execute code within a function. C, to communicate with the function by phone. Or D, to invoke a function by using its name followed by parentheses. So which 2 letters are this? Okay, Deshandes says, so the output will always be the first number. The output... Okay, so after we finish this this question, I'll go back and I'll explain what's going on in that code. So which 2 letters mean to call a function? A, B, C, or D? Choose 2. It is B and D. That's correct. So to execute a code within the function and to invoke a function by using its name followed by parentheses, these are both calling a function. So to run the function, to call the function, to execute the function, these are all words that mean the same thing. So question 2 over here, what will print to the console? So my number equals 7. If you do the print right now at this line, then you get 7. If you do the print at this line, then you get 14, because the variable is being modified, and the variable is being modified by the function, and while the function is running, then my number can be set to 14, and if you were to print at this instruction right here, then you would get 14. But if you were to print after the function is finished, then it's going to revert back to its original value before before the function was run, which is the number 7. So it's 7 here, it's 14 here, but it turns back into 7 over here. So I hope that makes sense. Okay, so let's write a little exercise. Let's write a program which features many of the concepts we learned in this workshop. I think I might have another program to take a look at. Let's see. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to solve a PicoCTF challenge. And Dishrandes, can you tell me if you have access to? Are you watching from your computer or are you watching from your phone right now? Because just to know if you can interact with the PicoCTF challenge or not. But before that, let's run a little. Let's write a little Python code inside of the. What is it called again? It's called the JS Linux. So JS Linux, we've used this. We've used this before. And this is a little website which we can use to access a Linux virtual machine. And the Linux virtual machine you can access over here at the link that I've provided in the chat. Okay, and what we can do is we can actually write our Python code in here. What we can do is we can use the nano program. So, but before we do that, what we're going to do is we're going to go back to the GitHub page over here. And on the GitHub page, at the bottom of the page here, there's a section called End of Session Exercise, and there's some code here. So what we're going to do is we're going to copy the code. So just go over to this box right here and click on it, and it's going to say copied. After that, we can go over to our JS Linux, and we can use nano to start up the text editor. So it's going to be nano space, and we're going to call this webpage underscore get.py. And we'll see exactly why this is called webpage underscore get.py in just a second. So after you're finished typing out the command, hit enter. And then after a few seconds, the nano text editor is going to start up. So what we want to do inside the text editor is just right click and then select paste. Okay. So it looks like the formatting got all screwed up. So we're going to need to fix the formatting here. So import OS. Oh, this is all messed up. Wait, let me see if I can. Why is this all weird? Okay. Anyways, I'm going to reload this. Okay, we're going to nano webpage underscore get. .py. Okay, so first of all, what we're going to do is we're going to right-click paste, and I'm going to save this immediately. So you just hit the Control X keyboard shortcut, and then it's going to ask us if we want to save the modified buffer. Press Y for yes, hit enter, and then type clear, and then do nano, and then do one more time, nano webpage underscore get .py. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to reformat. Oh, why is this getting screwed up? Okay, sorry. Okay, we're not going to use the JS Linux. Instead, what we're going to use is we're going to use the picoctf web shell, because this this doesn't look very good. Okay, so sorry. Please go to your picoctf website, and please go to the picoctf website and log in, and then open up your web shell. If you don't remember how to open up the web shell, you just click on the practice section and then scroll down a little bit, and then you should see this web shell button over here. So just click on that, and then after a few seconds you should see output that looks like this. What we want to do is we want to put this in its own web browser, tab. So just click on this button over here, labeled Pop Out Web Shell Terminal. And then we should see that the web shell is in its own browser tab over here. Okay, so if you have access to your web shell on picoctf, please type in the chat web shell up, smiley face. If you need a little bit more time to access your web shell, please let us know. Okay, so web shell is up. Thank you very much. So let's run nano. So we're going to run nano space, and it's webpage underscore get .py, and then hit enter, and now we're in nano. Okay, so once again you can go over to the GitHub page, and then you can copy the end of session exercise code over here. Just scroll down to the bottom of the page, select this button over here to copy the code, then go back to your web shell, and in the web shell, paste in the code. So after you're in the nano text editor, right click, select paste, and this is what we want. Okay. So what is going on in this code? Let's take a look at the code and explain line by line what's going on. So first of all, there's this output over here, input OS, and import OS means that we're going to input another Python module, so more Python code into our own code, so that we can use code from other modules or libraries. Okay, so next we've got this URL equals input. So we're going to ask the user for input, and the prompt is going to be, which web page do you want to read? And we can save this input as this variable right here, URL, and then we're going to specify a curl command. So curl is a way that you can access web pages by using the Linux command line, and this is a Linux command, and the Linux command is going to be curl and then URL. So we're going to include the URL variable inside of our curl command. The last thing we do before we run a function is that we're going to create a function right here. So we're creating a function called read web page, and it takes the curl command as the input. And what this does is that it's going to print. It's going to print this this method over here, OS, which is from the OS library, popen, and it's going to take in the curl command and it's going to read this. So this is basically another function from this library over here that we input, which is called OS, and it's basically going to print out the web page contents. And then we're going to run this function, which is called read web page, and we're going to give it with the curl command. So the curl command actually is this, but this takes input from URL, which is the URL that we get from the user. Okay, so now that we've explained what this script does, we can Control X to save modified buffer yes, and then hit enter to save the file. Unknown 0xe says hello from Twitch. Hello, Unknown 0xe. Nice to see you here. We're just at the tail end of our Python class, and after the Python class is over, at the top of the hour, we're going to be getting on to some free hacking. So, but first, let's run this script over here. So we can run the webpage _get.py script by doing python space webpage _get.py. And it's going to ask us, which web page do you want to read? So we can actually provide in a URL and a web page address. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to use this script to solve a challenge in picoctf. And the picoctf challenge we're going to solve is the inspect HTML challenge, which is right over here. So go ahead and go over to this page, which I'm linking in chat. So this is a very simple web app challenge. It says, can you get the flag? Additional details will be available after launching your challenge instance. So to start the challenge, you just need to click on the launch instance button. And then after a few moments, oh, it seems to have errored out. I'm going to launch the instance again. Okay, I'm going to launch the instance again. Okay, so this time it works. So if for some reason it doesn't work, then what I want you to do is just click on the thing over and over again. Eventually it's going to start, and you're going to see this link right here. Go to this website and see what you can discover. What I want you to do is just right-click on the link and copy the link. So after that, go over to your web shell. Oh, this thing ended. Okay. Well, press enter to reconnect. Okay, and then run this webpage get.py file again. Python space webpage underscore get.py. Then it's going to ask which webpage do you want to read. We're going to paste in the URL that we got from the challenge. So right-click paste, and then hit enter. And then, so this is what this is going to do is it's going to it's going to retrieve the contents from the web page using the curl command, and then this is the contents of the web page over here. So inside the contents of the web page, we see that there's a flag, and we like to get the contents of flags and submit them to finish challenges. So if for some reason this output was really big, what we could do is we could pipe this into the grep command and look for the picoctf flag prefix right here. So because all the picoctf flags start with this, if we run this command and then pipe it into grep with picoctf, then we should see the output. Oh, no. This isn't going to work because we have to input the web page. So that doesn't work. Okay. So what we could do is we just run this and then we paste in the URL. Oh no, that's not the URL anymore. Okay, sorry. Anyways, copy the contents of the flag over here and then go over to the challenge page. In the challenge page, at the very bottom of the page, you can paste in your flag and then click on Submit Flag to finish the challenge. Okay, so if you manage to complete the challenge by using the Python script to download the page, please type in the chat, I used the Python script. Smiley face. So the thing about functions in Python is that they can be as simple or as complex as you like. We used in this code over here. We used no, not this code. Okay, Deshandes used the Python script. Great to see. Great to see. So in this code right here, we created a function, and then we called the function in order to solve the challenge. But there's a couple of tricky things we need to be aware of when we're writing our functions in Python. And in fact, we're probably going to be writing more functions going forward. There are a couple of classes left in this particular course before we move on to the next subject, which is going to be web app hacking. And we're going to be writing some Python code to solve more challenges inside of picoctf. Because what we like to do is we like to use programming to make our lives easier, and we can certainly do that by writing some Python code that's going to help us solve picoctf challenges. So where were we? Over here. Okay, so let's review the programming concepts we learned in this workshop. So we learned about functions. Functions are defined blocks of code that can be executed multiple times in the same program. So we can write functions, we can call functions. We use a lot of functions when we deal with Python, but being able to identify how you can write functions and identifying what's going on inside of those functions, this is very important for understanding the way Python code works. So executing a function is usually referred to as calling a function or a function call. It can also be called running a function or executing a function. What's next? In the next HackerFrogs After School Programming Workshop, we're going to get more, well, not going to conclude. We actually have 2 more sessions left, but in the next workshop, we're going to be talking about classes and objects. So classes and objects, we might condense that into the class that deals with dictionaries as well, or what we might, we're probably going to be doing classes and objects. We'll also talk about a little bit about dictionaries, which is a new list type. Well, it's not. It's kind of like a list, but it's kind of different. But anyways, if you want to, let's see. We took a look at this challenge already. Okay, but if you wanted to write your own Python code, you can always do a little bit of messing around over at Online Python, this website right here. But there's actually another website that I can recommend, and that is the W3 Schools website. So W3 Schools is a website that we can use to learn all about different coding languages, and they've got a pretty good collection of Python lessons as well. So we're going to do the one on functions, and if you want to take a look at the content over there, then you can do so from this page right here. There's actually a lot of content. There's a lot of stuff to be learned about Python functions over here. But if you were to go through this page and go through the content, it's probably a very good reinforcement for everything that you learned tonight. Okay? But that's it. Yeah. Thank you very much for coming today, everybody. Special thank you to Deshandes for participating in all of our wacky exercises. And we're going to be back on Monday. So Monday is going to be the 28th. And hope to see you there. Have a great weekend, and we'll see you next time. Okay, so let's get back to a little bit of free hacking to finish off today's stream. Thank you very much. Thank you, Deshandes, for coming to today's class. Let's get back to hacking, to free hacking rather, and let's put on some music. So I think we have about we can still play the FTL original soundtrack. I'm going to turn it down a little bit, and let's do some free hacking. So the free hacking challenge that we're going to be doing tonight is this one over here called Beginner. So I took a little bit of a sneak peek at Beginner, and there's actually some very good stuff over here. So Beginner is a box over at VulNyx.com, and these are challenges that you can complete by downloading the virtual machine associated with the challenges and putting it on your virtual machine network. So what we're going to do is we're going to start up the machine on our network, and then we're going to do some hacking against it. So our previous challenge was the look challenge over here, and we finished that one, so we're going to close out the machine, power it down, and we're going to power up the beginner machine. So we see it loading, booting up here in VirtualBox. Okay, and let's see what IP address is assigned to it. So this beginner box is at the IP address 10.0.2.37. So that's the IP address we're going to be using to attack it. So let's start out with some Nmap scans. So like I said, like we've said before, Nmap is the beginning of our scans for CTF boxes like this. It's run in the following manner. So we run it with these flags right here. So Nmap, we're going to run it with -S C to run common scripts against any services that we find, and -S V to do versioning on any software that we find on the server. We're going to run it with -VV for very verbose output, which means that we're going to get output before the scan is finished, and -P- to scan it against all networking ports on the target, and -T4 to run 4 threads on the target, which to run Nmap with 4 threads, which means we're going to run very fast but not too fast. So when we run this, we're going to see that there is port 80 and port 22 open on the target. Like I've mentioned before, this usually means that there's not very much to enumerate on the target. It usually points to a bad time, but we'll see what happens on the target over here. So port 22 is reporting open SSH, and SSH is a service we use to remotely log in to servers. It's OpenSSH with version 8.4. That's a modern version of OpenSSH, which means it's probably not vulnerable to software exploits. Port 80 is reporting Apache server with version 2.4.56. And this is also relatively up to date, so there's probably not any software vulnerabilities for this particular version of Apache web server. So because we see that there is a web server involved, what we like to do is we're to run Nikto on it. So Nikto is an old web app vulnerability scanner, and some people write it off because it's an old program, but it can catch some low-hanging fruit occasionally, and it occasionally gives you some interesting output. So you can get version information for the web server. You can get HTTP methods. Most of the time, HTTP methods are not something that you're going to exploit to compromise the target, but occasionally there's some unusual HTTP methods. So this is something that you should be paying attention to. Okay, so with that being said, Nikto didn't find anything too exciting. So what we're going to do is we're going to run some GoBuster. So GoBuster is a directory brute forcing program, and we can use this on the web server to get to see if we can find any interesting files and or directories on the web server. So we can give this. Oh, this is not the IP address we want. So we're 37. Okay. So what we do is we can give a bunch of file extensions to look for, and in this case, there's no one situation fits all as far as this is concerned, but we can look for text files, JS files, PHP files, HTML files, and we can use the following list right here, which is the directory list 2.3 medium. This is a standard go-to list for a lot of people who do CTF challenges like this, and we need to provide the IP address as expected. So when we run this, we're going to find that there's a .html and .php file over here. This is 403. I think this one is forbidden, which means that we can't access these files. But we also find index.html. So we can actually manually move over to .10.02.37. And we receive a message that says this: "Hello worker, IT has sensitive exposed files. Fix it as soon as possible. IT department." So this leads us to believe that there is some sort of that there's something out there that we need to grab from the IT department, these sensitive exposed files. But the thing is that when I did a lot of scanning against this system, the website rather, and I searched for all sorts of different file extensions, and I wasn't able to find anything. But so when this happens, when you run out of things to enumerate, as far as ports are concerned, so you look at the website and you scan against everything and try to find all sorts of file extensions, and you're not able to locate anything, then what you need to do is you need to resort to some extreme measures. And in this case, the extreme measure is scanning for UDP ports using Nmap. So the reason we don't usually scan for UDP ports on Nmap is because UDP scanning is very unreliable and very slow. And because it's both unreliable and slow, we don't like to scan for UDP ports with Nmap unless there's absolutely nothing left to scan against. So this is the syntax. So the syntax to scan against UDP ports with Nmap is this. So we need to run it as sudo because we can't scan UDP ports unless we're running sudo. So sudo nmap -su for UDP, and unless you're a complete masochist, you're not going to scan against non-standard ports when you're scanning. So what I like to do is I like to scan top ports, which are the top UDP ports on any system. So when we run this, we need to provide our password, of course. It's not going to come back for quite a while, and even when it does come back, the only thing we can determine is, well, we will see. We will see what happens. But these are the type of machines that make you want to hit your head against the wall. But let me see if over on HackTricks it says anything about UDP scans. UDP. UDT pen testing. Let's do UDP Nmap. UDP port discovery over here. Okay, let's take a look at this article. Okay, you can also try to check for some UDP port open to see if you can pay attention to a host. As UDP services usually don't respond with any data to a regular empty UDP probe bracket, it is difficult to say if a port is being filtered or open. The easiest way to decide this is to send a package related to the running service. Okay. So the Nmap line proposed before will test the top 1,000 UDP ports and every host inside. Okay. If need fast results, use the UDP proto scanner. What? Oh, this is another tool. This will send UDP probes to their expected port. But suffice it to say, scanning for UDP ports is usually a very painful process. So it says here, host is up. All 100 scanned ports are in ignored states. There are 60 closed UDP ports and 40 open filtered UDP ports, no response. So we don't get anything. Let's try that again. So if it continues to give us nothing, then I'll just spoil us and talk about the UDP port that I found. So one thing that we can talk about, I guess, is if we run out of everything in the TCP range, and then we were to go over to ChatGPT and ask it a question, what common UDP services are associated with file hosting? Okay, so for file hosting, a few common UDP services may be encountered. We've got TFTP, Trivial File Transfer Protocol, which is on port 69 UDP. We've got Network File System, which is port 2049 UDP. FTP in passive mode, which is not an unidentified port, I guess. There's Simple Network Management Protocol, port 161 UDP. Okay. So the first one that appears here is Trivial File Transfer Protocol. And this is actually what is available from the UDP scans. The thing is that you don't know. You don't know if this actually exists, because even when the Nmap scan comes back, it's going to say that it's that it is open/filtered. So we don't know if this is actually an open port or just filtered. What we need to do is we need to manually test this. So we can do this. TFTP, and this is a specific client that is used to connect to TFTP, Trivial File Transfer Protocol services. So from here, we're going to do help, and these are all of the commands we have on TFTP. There's connect, there's mode, there's put, well, there's all this stuff over here. The annoying thing about TFTP is that it cannot be used to retrieve a list of files on the system, but we can do status, and it says that we are connected to the server, which indicates that we're probably, this service probably exists. Okay, so after this, what we can do is we can determine, so there is a way of determining what files might be available on a TFTP server, and that would be scanning using this. So if we search for something like TFTP brute, we find this Metasploit framework module over here. So Metasploit framework is a series of different exploitation scripts and other useful tools we can use for penetration testing or security testing in general, I guess. And we see here that it is called the TFTP brute. And one of the ways that we can, so if it doesn't say Metasploit framework, most exploit scripts that are written in Ruby are probably associated with Metasploit, because Metasploit, all the Metasploit exploitation scripts are written in the Ruby language. So if we go over to and start up our Metasploit framework console, just like this, it's going to take a little bit to start up. And then we can look up the module. It's just going to take a little bit to start up. Okay, and so from the web page over there, this is modules auxiliary scanner tftp brute.rb. So I think we can scan this. Actually, maybe we can just, we're just going to search for this name. So we're going to search for TFTP Brute, and we find it over here. It's in the auxiliary scanner TFTP Brute. So to use this module, we're just going to type in use 0, because that's the number inside of this list. So first of all, let's show info. So the description for the module uses the dictionary to brute force valid TFTP image names from a TFTP server. So this is going to help us determine what file names are available on the server. So we need to set an R host, which is basically an IP address in this case, and it's going to tell the module what IP address to scan against. So we're going to do set R hosts and then 10.02.37, because that's the IP address. Okay, so after that, we're going to show our options. So we've got a dictionary over here with I guess it has a bunch of common TFTP file names. But anyways, let's run the exploit. We can run the exploit with this command right here, run. Okay, so it came back very quickly and it said, found backup config on this IP address. So backup config in this case is the name of the file. So we're just going to copy the name of the file, then go over to our other console here where we're connected to TFTP, and we're going to use the get command to download the file. So we're just going to type in get and then paste in backup-config, hit enter, and we don't get any response or confirmation, but we're going to exit. I think the command is quit. So when we take a look inside the directory now, we see that we've downloaded the file backup-config. So if we use the file command on it, we said that this is a zip archive file. So what we're going to do is we're going to unzip it. So unzip backup-config, and then we create a directory, and then we see a IDRSA file. This is an SSH key, and we have an SSH config file as well. So we're going to go into the backup directory, and then we're going to. So if we read the IDRSA file, it's going to be cat IDRSA. This is just it looks like a typical SSH key. But if we take a look at the SSH config file, we see here that there's a user named Boris. So because even if we had the SSH key, unless we had a username, we wouldn't be able to log into the system. But we see here inside the file that we have a username, and we also have the IDRSA SSH key. So we can combine all of these, and we can log into the server using SSH as the Boris user. So we're going to do SSH with the key IDRSA. Actually, before that, we need to take a look at the permissions. So we need to change the permissions on IDRSA because SSH won't allow us to use the IDRSA key unless we change the file permissions. So we're going to change mode 600 IDRSA, and that's going to give us the permissions that SSH likes, which are these ones right here. Okay, so SSH using the IDRSA as the Boris user at this IP address. So when we run this, we get SSH access. So we're in. We are in. So we can
put on our deep hacker voice and we can say, we're in. Okay.
Hope you enjoyed that. Alright, so we see here there's the user flag right here. We're not going to read it because we like to skip straight from user to root. And furthermore, upon getting a foothold on the system, we like to do sudo-l to see what sudo permissions our user has on the system. So it says user Boris may run the following commands on beginner. As root with no password, we can run this program right here called HTML2 text. So I actually don't know what this is. We can do a little bit of research to find out what it is. But let's see if there are other users on the system. We're going to take a look at the etc password file. So it looks like Boris is the only user on the system, aside from root, that has a shell on the system, a shell login rather. So we need to do a little bit of research on this HTML2 text program. So actually we can do manual or HTML2 text, and we can get a better sense of what's going on with this binary. Okay, HTML2 text reads HTML documents from input files, formats each of them into a stream of plain text characters, and writes the results to standard input. So what we need to do is we need to figure out how we can use HTML2 text to run system commands. And if we can do so, we can open up a root shell using this program. So HTML2 text. Let me do a little bit of research. We can ask ChatGPT, what is the HTML2 text program in Linux? Can we use it to run system commands? By default, HTML2 text is not designed to execute system commands. It is strictly a text processing tool and does not provide options for executing code or commands. Its functionality is generally limited parsing and formatting HTML. However, if you have sudo permissions to run HTML2 text with unrestricted control over the file input, you might be able to explore indirect privilege escalation vectors such as modifying or replacing the input file. Okay. Using wrapper scripts or exploitable plugins. If the HTML2 text is part of a larger script or system that calls other executables based on the HTML content, you might be able to open up options, although this is not common. So it looks like ChatGPT is not giving us a method of getting a root shell using HTML2 text. We could do a little bit of research on this and just search up HTML2 text privilege escalation. Okay, it doesn't say pen testing with privilege escalation. Okay. Oh, it looks like there's... it might be on GitHub. Let's let's check out this GitHub repository. In order to parse HTML code from GTFO bins, the program HTML text is used. If HTML2 text is not installed in the system, okay. So it looks like the way we prove that we can read the flag in this case is we read a file that is usually owned by root. So let's do HTML2 text, and we will get some help. HTML2 text. I guess we have to run it with another. Actually, let's get the manual for HTML2 text again. Okay, so HTML2 text. Output file, input file. Let's ask ChatGPT for the syntax. What is the syntax to use the HTML2 text file program? Okay, so HTML2 text options HTML file. To convert a local HTML file, just this. To convert HTML from standard input, read this, and then to use the URL, do this. Options. Okay. The next question is, can you read local files using HTML2 text? Okay, path to local file and then convert it into output.txt. Okay, well, let's get out of here, and then let's sudo HTML2 text, and we'll read the etc shadow file. So this is the contents of the etc shadow file. The shadow file has all of the password hashes for users on the system. I'm wondering if we should try to crack this root hash over here, because this might be the intended vector for privilege escalation. So we're going to copy this, and then we're going to. So by all means, we could just read whatever the root flag, if the root flag is named in its regular way in the root directory. But let's try cracking the root password over here. So back at our terminal, we're going to do nano, and we're going to do root shadow.txt, and we're going to paste in the root hash. Get out of here, and let's ask ChatGPT for the syntax. Want to use John the Ripper to crack a Linux shadow file hash. What is the command syntax? Okay, so prepare the shadow and password files. Typically, you need both the shadow and password files to combine with usernames with their password hashes. Oh, that's the unshadow command. Run John the Ripper. Once you have the combined file, use John to start cracking the hashes. Okay. Alright, let's see if we can run this without using the unshadow command. Okay, so we're gonna run John, and we're gonna run it on the root.shadow.txt and see if this goes through. No hashes loaded, see FAQ. Okay, so what we could do is we can get the contents of the password file, and we can just cat etc password. Okay, so I think, where is the next entry? So okay, so this is the root entry for the shadow file. We're going to nano and get rid of this. We're going to paste in the full line, which is this. And then we're going to do the same for root.password.txt. And let's grab the contents of that, which is etc password. Oops. No, grab this. Okay. All right, and then we go back, paste in the contents for password, and then we're going to run the unshadow program, and it is root.password.txt, root.shadow.txt, and redirect that into combined.txt. Okay. Into root.hash. Okay, so if we take a look at root.hash, it looks like this. Okay, so then we run John on root.hash. No password hashes loaded, see FAQ. Am I using the wrong syntax? Okay, so let me look this up. So we're going to call this John the Ripper shadow hashes. Cracking. Okay, so let's take a look at this article over here. Okay, so unshadowed into unshadow.txt. Okay, and then, I wonder, this is exactly this looks like what I have. This looks very similar to what I have. And this But why is this not going through? So do I need to call this unshadowed? That can't be it. Yeah, that's not going through. Okay, so let's see if we can do something. How to use John the Ripper tips and tutorials. John the Ripper can't crack my shadow hash file hash. Comprehensive guide. John the Ripper on Kali Linux, it outputs no password hashes. Okay. So we have to give it a format, crypt. So Y right above the username. Let me see if that's the case in our... So the Y, oh, okay. So it's the type of hash that that it doesn't like over here. So I guess we can give the format. Format equal crypt. Okay, now it seems to be working. So let's give this a little bit to see if it actually comes back with something. If this if the hash is not actually in rocku.txt, then we should know after about 5 or 10 minutes, because there's a limit to the contents of rocku.txt if it is something that is brute forceable, as far as okay, so that we're going to leave this running a little bit, but on here we're going to see if there is some way we can get a shell with the HTML2 text. So let's take a look at the manual some more. Okay, so we've got input file, output file. So the interesting thing is that we've effectively rooted this system because we have access to HTML2 txt, and we can read the root flag. So let's see if we can do something here. So we've got user.txt. We can do sudo HTML2 text, and we can run it on etc shadow, and we can redirect it into a file called shadow. Cannot open input file shadow. Cannot open input file shadow. I wonder why not. Wait, no. It went through anyway. Oh, no. It's empty. Okay, so let's remove that. And then let's HTML to TXT to text etc shadow. So we can run this, but we can't necessarily... We can run this and we can read any root files, but we can't necessarily redirect the output. Maybe we can redirect the output. So this is something I don't do very often, but using Linux, how do we redirect output using the T command instead of the operator? Okay, so command T file name. Okay, all right. So let's do sudo HTML2 text / etc shadow. We're going to T it into a file called shadow. The problem here is that it actually shows you the output. So for what I wanted to do, that's a no-go, because I'm not supposed to show flag values. So I'm going to get rid of this. Okay, let's take a look at the John the Ripper. So John the Ripper wasn't able to get, or at least I'm pretty sure that it's not going to be able to find the root hash. Okay. Let's search HTML to text and command execution. Okay, how to utilize this in Python. Command line breaking HTML. PHP code execution, PHP component, okay. HTML2 text. So I have to get kind of creative to use HTML2 text to get a root shell. So what's another... Okay, so if we go over to, say, GTFO bins, GTFO bins over here, and we take a look at a command that is typically used to only read files like cat, and we see here there's a section on sudo. So it reads data from files. It can be used to do privileged reads or disclose files that outside a restricted file system. Okay. So L file equals file to read. So we can't necessarily get shell access from cat. We can only read things. Okay. Let's try equals etc shadow, and then run sudo html to text L file. L file. Oh, okay. So, this doesn't work. Oh, no, wait. I misspelled that. Okay, this works. And if we try to redirect this into something called shadow, this works. Okay. So that works. So, okay. So I think I've got it. I've got a solution that lets us not show the flag on screen. So we're going to remove shadow. We're going to set L file to wait. So L file is going to be root and root.txt. Okay. And then we're going to run sudo html to text on L file, but we're going to redirect that into iRead root.txt. Cannot open input file. Cannot open input file. Does that mean it doesn't exist? Okay, so we can't read. We can't read the root directory. It's locked down. Okay. It says permission denied. Let's do does not exist .txt. Okay, it's also permission denied. Lunchbox3XL says good evening. Hello and good evening, Lunchbox3XL. So it looks like we've come to a sort of a wall in our quest to root these machines over here. We have read access to any file on the system, but we don't know where the flag is. We can't find it. We can't do find and look for something named root.txt on the system. It just doesn't exist. I guess we can't access that directory. So what we do have access to is this binary right here called HTML2 text, and that's going to let us read any file on the system. The problem is we don't know where the flag file is because it seems to be not in its usual place in the root/root/root.txt location. Hmm. So we were able to read the shadow file /successor/ shadow, and we were able to get the root hash over here. Oh no, where did... God damn it, did I lose it? So the root hash is this. Let's try looking at... Let's try like a common website like crackstation.net, and let's see if it has anything over there. So we're going to look at crackstation.net over here. Okay, so it's an unknown hash. Okay, so let's run that John the Ripper again. Okay, so it says crash recovery file is locked. What? Let's read that. It crashed. That's strange. Anyways, let's search one more time on the web for GTFO bins. Whoops. Let's look for HTML to text. Nope. Let's search one more time for HTML to text privilege escalation. Actually, is HTML2 text a standard program on Linux? HTML2 text. No, it's not. It's not. Well, it's not on Kali Linux, anyways. Okay. Analysis of the round cube HTML2 text vulnerability. Let's take a look at this. So we'll search for HTML2 text. What is this? Zoom in. Uses a I don't... Okay, so we have read access to any file on the system, and let's ask if we have read access to any file on the... Sunflavor says get app install HTML2 text. Thank you very much. I'm not looking to install it on my Kali Linux box, but thank you very much for the for the instructions. So if we can read any file on a Linux system, how could we leverage that into elevated access on the system? Okay, so read the shadow file for password hashes, right? Oh, wait. We could see if we could read the ID RSA. So root might have an SSH key. So we do sudo HTML to txt, and we're looking at root/.ssh/ID RSA. Oh wait, I'm on the wrong terminal. Okay, so sudo HTML to text, and we're looking at root.ssh/ID RSA. Okay, all right, this is the way. This is the way. So we can just copy this. And then go over to. I thought I had this. I thought I had this so solved when I found out that I could read anything. Okay. Okay. So what we need to do is we need to create an ID RSA file and paste in this over here. This formatting is weird. I wonder if this formatting is going to get in the way. I'm going to fix up the formatting here so that it looks like a regular ID RSA file. Marco Polisic says, what is HTML2 text? It is enabled on all Linux servers. Apparently HTML2 text is going to be able to retrieve. It's going to be able to retrieve any page with HTML code in it and remove all the HTML tags so that it is easier to read. It is not typically installed on all. What is this? Okay, it's not installed on all Linux distributions by default. Okay, so this looks like a regular SSH key, right? So I'm going to save this. Okay. And then we're going to SSH. Wait, we need to change. We need to change the permissions with the chmod. So chmod 600 ID RSA to change the file permissions. Marco Polisic says the etc shadow is an HTML page. No, but we can still read regular files using this program as well. And that's what we did to get the contents of the shadow file. But that's not what we were supposed to do. We were supposed to get the SSH key of the root user, and that's what we just did using the HTML2 text file. So now that we have the root user's ID RSA key, the SSH key rather, we're going to try to log in as root at 10.0.2.37. We're going to specify the key file, which is ID_RSA, and we're in. We're root. Okay, so we can play this redeem right here.
What are you?
I'm system root.
Okay, so we just rooted the system. We are now root. If we go over to root and take a look, the root flag has been renamed to root.txt. Okay, and what we were able to do using the sudo access on the HTML to text file, we're able to access the .ssh directory, which had the root user's SSH key. So to prove that we have access to the root flag over here, we're going to cat this out, but we're going to redirect this into something called iReadRoot.txt. And we're doing this because we're not supposed to show the flag values when we do walkthroughs or streaming of VulNyx.com challenges. So this is out of respect for the VulNyx.com organizers. So we see here that we've created this iReadRoot.txt. It has the same size as this flag file right here. If we do md5 sum on md5 sum and run the same thing on root, we see it has the same md5 sum as well. Let's see, Lunchbox3XL asks if are CTFs just getting root access. I've never done one. This is really cool. It says era keys. Thank you very much if you think it's really cool. And Lunchbox3XL, so most CTF box exercises are about getting root access. They're all about compromising systems from the perspective of an outside user. So if you're able to go from like no access at all to root access on a server, that means that you essentially own the server and you can do whatever you want on it. That's But if you've never done CTF exercises before, Lunchbox3XL, do you have a background in technology? Have you studied like network administration, network administration, or any other type of technical role? Because you can get into this as well. You don't need to be super technical to start doing CTF challenges like this. So Lunchbox3XL says, general stuff, but the last 6 months I've been learning like 15 hours a day. I'm sure I could do this. Yeah, I'm sure you could do this as well. I just need a drink. My throat is starting to feel a little weird. Okay, that feels better. Lunchbox3XL says, just always thought that the CTFs were like a game you play against other people at the same time. CTFs, there are CTFs where you play live against other people in real time, but most of the time CTFs are little exercises that you run by yourself. So this type of CTF it's a specific type. This is basically a network boot to root CTF, and boot to root means that you boot up the machine and then you hack against it until you're the root user. But there's if you want to check this out, this is the VulNyx website, and we've been doing a lot of challenges against it. What you do is you download the VM that's associated with each challenge, and then you deploy it on the same network as an attacking machine, probably something like Kali Linux or some other Linux machine, I guess, that has a bunch of cybersecurity tools on it. And then you basically use your cool cybersecurity skills to compromise the system. So we've been doing all easy exercises, otherwise known as low level. This was pretty difficult, I think, especially considering that it's a low-level exercise. I've done a couple of challenges from the easy category, which is one level above this one, and it's not it's challenging for me. It's challenging for me. I guess that that says that I've got a lot to learn. But yeah, if you want, definitely give this a go. All you need to do is have enough expertise to put virtual machines on the same network, and you should be good to go. But anyways, everybody, thank you very much for watching today. It's been a heck of a time solving this this challenge. Lunchbox says, I'm going to try it out tomorrow. I just avoided them because I thought it was a race of... No, it's not a race. You can take as much time as you like for most of these challenges. So along with VulNyx, there's also a couple of other platforms I can recommend. So for example, we've got hackmyvm.eu. So this is another cool website where you can download VMs and do hacking exercises against them. And I will provide the link to this. And there's also beginner-friendly websites like tryhackme.com. So tryhackme.com is it's a very well-known website, but there's a lot of CTF exercises you can do on this website as well. But let's see if there's anybody else in the cybersecurity community that's streaming right now. infosecstreamers.com. It's just me. Okay. Let's see if there's anybody else that's cool who is streaming on twitch.tv. Oh, if anybody doesn't know, I have a YouTube channel. It's at youtube.com/theshyhat. And you can find all of my past live streams over there under the live tab. So let's do twitch.tv and see what cool people are streaming in the coding category. I think there's like a programmer one. Programming? No, software, right? Software and game development. Oh. Huh, Rob is on. Okay. So Rob is he does a lot of well, he used to do a lot of hacking as well, but this guy knows his stuff. He's been in the industry for many years, and when you get to his page, I'm going to do a raid on his page. When you get there, please give the raid message hip hop hack with the frog. Just like this. Before we go out, let's do one last Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
So everybody, we're going to be back on Monday. We're going to take the weekend off. We'll be back on Monday with more hacking action. If you want to know what our schedule is like, it's you can check it out on the Reddit page. Reddit.com HackerFrogs. It's right here. But once more, please, if you decide to raid into Rob's channel, please give the raid message hip hop hack with the frog emoji. What is his? Rob, RWX Rob. RWX Rob. All right, everybody. See you next time. And if you want to tune in, we'll see you on Monday.
Let's see. Big, bold, whatever. Here's red. We have bold. Green, we have that one. We did that one. That's the anchor. Yellow. HR. HR is not a HR is not a spam though. This is dank.